Hello everybody, welcome to another stream. How are we doing? So today we're carrying on with fixing... so we're doing source, graphics. Yeah, so today we're carrying on... How do you open a new tab in here? Just open up a buffer in it. Wait, maybe I can use a new shortcut. Oh yeah. Hey, Ujula. Hovsiter, welcome back, guys. Oh, cheap viewers. Yeah, I think it's on open splits of because I'm quite zoomed in for folks, and I have quite wide code. But yeah, that's another option. But like Vim. Yeah, I think today. Where's the quick summary? Yeah, so last stream we built this BVH build API. It's a way to initialize a bound and volume hierarchy and trigger a build, but we ran into a problem with the upload buffer stuff. Like we can't upload and yeah, I gotta find a way to how do I quickly switch, but we basically run into a problem where oh yeah, I gotta do the selection in it. There we go. Well, we can't call upload buffer and then do like a dispatch at the moment. Your uploads have to come before you record, before you start a frame. It's very bad design. So I want to see if we can correct that today in the GPU layer. But first I want to make sure that we finish up on our BVH build stuff and just make sure the API that we've built actually works. So I'm going to separate them out into two separate functions and then we'll get onto that GPU stuff. And you have switched over to Helix, so things are going to be a bit, I've got this file here where I've done all my remappings because I'm using the Comac keyboard layout, and because it's in a terminal, you don't have scan codes, it's always key codes, so I've had to remap everything. And while remapping, I basically made up my own layout, my own set of things. So every problem I find, I'm going to add a new thing into the config file. I'm going to go ahead and improve that. So yeah, Helix has been pretty good so far. It's been quite easy to configure. There's stuff outside the box. So I'm looking forward to giving it a go some more today. It's got the LSP right at the box, right? So quite decent. So there's no configuration. Just got to remember my keyboard keys. So oh yeah, select a line. Oh, it's that key. Then delete. Yep. Legit. There we go. So I want to have a way to run a command. So I think in normal mode, if I press F5 key, I think I can do like sh and then do my build.sh. I think I read the docs and I think you can do that. If you press space and question mark, it opens up this command palette and you can just search for anything you want to do. Right, it's the run shell command. So if I did run or sh, sweet. Oh yeah, in there, that's why. It's scripts. Right. I can't see the output anywhere, which kind of sucks. It would be nice to be able to see that output somewhere, not gonna lie. So that output would be super helpful because in Vim it has that quick fix window, doesn't it? Is there like an equivalent? So how do you run? So you have the LSP fixes, right? But yeah, in Vim at least, standard Vim and the Neo Vim, you have the quick fix window, which is quite helpful. The thing I noticed on some stream, your build sh return always returns 0. On error. Ah, that's interesting. Yeah, so I think Clang for the longest time always returned 0, but let's have a look at that. Drop it in here. Just get it done easy. Yeah, so right, it does Clang then all's that, but should I? How do you get it to return as error code from a shell script then? Is it always the last command that runs? Oh, because then if it errors, then notify send is going to run, and therefore it will return 0. Right. Yeah, makes sense. So this OR is getting in the way. So you store result equal, you gotta do them close together in it because it's shell. That if forget these things, test Z damn shell command. It sometimes works, but it's bash. Trying to do it in shell. It's like impossible to figure out this stuff. If test. Hey Clarissa, how you doing? No Discord announcement. No. Oh, is it POSIX? Right, it's the double one that isn't POSIX then. I always forget these things. You ought to get it right with the spacing as well. It's error, then, I think it is, and then end if, I think, or if, hey, OFI. Oh, never shell script. It's not worth it. What are we doing? Let's run it. Compile error. They didn't print out anything. That's clearly wrong. Wait, 0 is success in it. So if not equal 0. So I was thinking about them returning res as well. Do I need some dollars in there? Everything works better with a bit of money. Exit res, right. There we go. So if I now insert some garbage, remember my keys for a minute. And give it a nice run. Right, return to exit code 1. Yes. So now let's try and see if that does anything. What was it again? Oh, so I actually got an output here. Now. That's not very helpful. Can I see this show up? That'd be good. No. How's the setup going? Yeah, it's not going bad. I've got my own little key configuration here for combat keyboard layout. I'm just trying to get the F5 key to work now so we can get something. I'm going to see if Helix has something built in for it. But I think yeah, I don't know if it has it. Like a quick fix like thing. Because it'd be good if I can just run. Piping to RG. RG. Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't see anything really showing up. But yeah, we kind of want to have like, build errors basically. How do we view error messages or something? View compiler error messages. Compiler. Just seems a bit maybe or at least just see a bigger window or have a window where the terminal output goes into, It seems a bit weird. Maybe there's something built into the there is the tutor, but I don't know if that has anything. Like shell command output. Yeah, I don't want to append it to the into the buffer though. Right, so we just did SHLS. Oh, displayed it in a window. Oh, interesting. So what happens if I add, so if I did SH, why don't I get that in a window? Because that would be pretty legit, wouldn't it? Well, it'll be good enough for now. What does the pipe function, the pipe command do? Pipe each selection to shell command? No. Hmm. Well, for now, I might just run it from another terminal. Another terminal window just so we can crack on today. But there's something I need to investigate into because in Vim that was super helpful to at least be able to, for it to be able to parse the output of a shell function, and then you can just like use quick fix to jump through everything. But yeah, we don't need that today. Yeah. Nothing to do with make here. Or like a build or something. No, no build. Um, yeah, another way could be to run the pipe command and like open a new buffer. But yeah, seems a bit bizarre. So I want another way to move around, which I miss in Vim, and that is to jump back to a previous. Go to previous. Gotta learn that one. Is it in the G's? Previous buffer, not really, but it's the previous location. Hmm. Um. Is it GD or something? There's a jump list. Open jump list picker. Interesting. Right. With error message, you're getting be counted as a log. I'm not sure what you mean there. We mean this one here. Shell error. Yeah. Maybe that is the terminology you need to be looking for, log. It's not it really. Oh. There's a thing called a log. Amazing. You found it, Kat. This is basically what I need, isn't it? So, how do I jump back? There's a jump list. Control O. What's my O key again? That, isn't it? Sweet. O and I. Where's I? Oh, yeah. So I might remap those a bit. I'm going to remap those, but they're going to be handy to jump forward and back between previous locations and such. That's basically how most things work. Is you go, oh, I want to go to a different place. You open up like a file picker. You'll jump there, do a little thing, jump back. So that is jump. Jump backward, jump forward. Right. Easy peasy. CN. Oh. And then I'll keep with the O. So let's rebind that. Oh, right. So I need a way to open up the log. That's another one as well. How do I open up this log automagically? If open log, it will go there, right? But then, is there anything about the log? I guess I just remember where it is, isn't it? You know, you just go to the bottom of the line. How'd you go to end? How'd you go to the end? GE, okay. Cool. So let's leave the cursor there. And I want to open up the log open. So for now we can just say and then do log open. I forget how you do it. I think you just do... There's a way to do multiple ones. Maybe it's the arraylet. And I think you then just do log open like that. Right. Let's give it a go, see what happens. So we reload the config. No command name sh. Right, run shell command. Right, let's give that a go. Maybe you can't do the arraylets. There's like a key mapping. and then re-enter normal mode. Yes, it's in the arraylets there. Oh shoot, the whole thing was in a... That's fine, isn't it? Yeah. Let's just try one of them. Run shell command. BVH search in invim cr is the quick in the quick fig does roughly the same as gf in any other buffer as far as I can tell. Helix has gf. Oh, right, okay. I see. No, I closed the wrong one. Okay. Yeah, no command named this. How do you run a command with an argument then? Ah, here we go. You gotta use the colon. So the ones that, okay. So the ones that are not kind of like, yeah, the ones that are in command mode, if you will, I think it's named that. You gotta put that colon, so it's log open. There we go. So that should just work. Is it jump backward? Yes, jump backward. Neat. That should be everything we need. So we press F5. Goes here. But yeah, we'll go to the end, which with G what? GE. So we should be able to do GE as well. GE is mapped to go to last line. So I should be able to then say go to last line. Like that. Let's reload the config. So if I go to the top, then I reload config. Then I'll do F5. I'm not seeing any more of the log output here though. Can I close the buffer? Let's try a different error. You're saying there's also a GF as well, so I can highlight this. No. Right. Okay, so right, we'll just go like that, and then we'll find the error. So I don't know what line that was. The line is 2009. Neat. So let's change this error a bit. I forget the keys again. There we go. So let's save that. Oh, I want it to also save the file, isn't it? Just call it write, isn't it? What does write do? Is it write all? Write all. Write all. Configure reload. Neat. So press F5. Right, so that didn't unfortunately refresh the log yet. So I'm thinking yeah, that's one behind there. We're not seeing. Yeah. Yeah, for now I just won't use that. But we'll I'll look about it off stream. So buffer close, and let's get going. So what are we trying to do today? So yeah, what I would like to do is move this upload here. So when we build from CPU data, so from a bunch of ellipsoids on the CPU, what happens is we call an upload, and then we call build from GPU data using the uploaded buffer. And then what happens is we do some dispatches. Currently, we can't make this work in. We can't upload and dispatch in the same section of code because when you start a frame, you can't upload anymore. So we're quickly going to get it working without having two separate function calls. And then what I would like to do is yeah. So we'll comment this line out here first. Got to remember my things. Yeah, GE. Yeah, good at end. Yeah, but I mean it's a G, a capital G. But yeah. Right. I found an issue in GF. Maybe it's not bound by default right now. Yeah, it is bound to GF. Go to file. It went to the cache directory for some reason. I don't know why. It was very weird. My current working directory is in the right place. I'm in my current working directory is in my project root. It's strange. Don't know why that didn't work. Wait, let me check my keys for a sec. Do I have a way to open insert mode? I want to insert mode at the beginning. Let's add that one in. At line start, line end. Right, let's remap that the other way around. Capital A, line start, line end. So I've basically, the right hand's got the navigation keys and my left hand side's got the insert keys at the same places, in a sense, but on the other side. So that's the way I've decided to remap it. Insert at line start. Oh, I've already got them. we don't have two capitals in it. They're Q and W. Neat. So all I have to do is go dish, dish, and then, oh, nearly. Yeah. Return true. And then we're going to go ahead and, so I want to, shoot. So this one here, I want to move that, already copy it, so it's that key in it, yank. I want to move it before we start a frame. What's it called? It's called like GPU frame start in it. Yeah. So before here, we'll put a new line in. And we'll paste that. And what I would like is to rename this to GPU data. So I delete and insert G. Cool. So that's gonna, wait, no, this wants to be the CPU one. Shoot. So undo, jump to next. Right, this one wants to do the dispatches. So we replace that, crap, with GPU. And this time we want to pass in some slightly different data. The GPU one wants this information here. What's the way to show the documentation? That'd be interesting. Show docs under cursor space K. This was pretty handy. So we want the buffer. I guess I could take this. How do I yank a line? That one. Jump back. Oh, that jump thing's a bit messed. Why didn't it go back? Right. That's something to look into. Yeah, so we need this ellipsoid buffer thing here. Ah, shoot. Yank. Oh, it is. I feel like such a beginner now. And then we paste. I was expecting that to paste over, not gonna lie. Why doesn't standard P paste over? Like paste after paste before? Well, I guess, yeah. Right, that does make sense, I guess. Because you will always be pasting over something. Right. Ah, crap. And then the star next will just be 0. Let me delete that. Save. Yeah. It's R to replace yank text, is it? Replace with yanked text. Capital R. Interesting. Right, I wonder if I can rebind that to someone else. But maybe that's alright. P's there. There's nothing. Yeah. Interesting. It makes sense. Yeah. It's going alright. I just gotta get used to the new keys. I remember where they are, it's just the muscle memory is definitely not as in tune as I was before. I'm no longer a ninja. But yeah, we should be able to build that now. Right, so that built. So hopefully the stream doesn't die, and hopefully we should see the original BVH that we had working before, but with the new BVH allocation API and BVH API, which creates a BVH and builds it from CPU data, but I've had to call it separately for now because one does the upload and one does the GPU dispatches. Radios, how do we do that? Sync, just in case, and off we go. Right, validation error on the Vulkans. Begin command buffer must be in a recording state. That sounds like done something really silly. What is that? So if I highlight the rest, shoot, that one, put that into my search. Avoid Shift K on K Shift K. Where is it? Oh no, it's K and B. So I don't have to shift it. Right, so this one's before frame start, and this other one is after frame start. This just doesn't upload. There's a bunch of uploads happening. Shoot. This one says G, doesn't it? Alright. This one is still not in the right place. Wait, if this one isn't in the right place, then it wasn't in the right place to begin with, so maybe the API does work? Right, let's comment out this one. Got that wrong. Let's move this into a good place. Yeah, this comes after. It's strange. I want to do this right at the start. Well, no. After frame in it. Here we go. Sweet. So let's search for that again. So let's re-enable this one. Okay, see what error we get now this time. So, yeah, if the stream does, we'll be right back, but hopefully it doesn't. Alright. Interesting. Doing something. So maybe I don't have to fix my upload buffer code. Maybe it's fine. Maybe I misremembered it, you know? So let's turn on the profiler. I think this should help us figure out what shaders are running. Hmm. Right, so we're printing from a shader and it's just going bananas. It's hard to really tell. What's the best idea? Should we... My mistake. So what happened is we should still be calling... Right, we're lucky that didn't burn the house down, you know? Shoot. The problem is we need to be uploading with CPU data and uploading those ellipsoids. Yeah, that jump thing is not the one like Vim that we had. Bit strange. So I want to replace this. Oh, what's my replace key again? Would change selection in it. H. Ellipsoid. Okay, let's try this one out now. Is it still running? Invalid children count. I guess let's search for this. So in shaders, we're going to search for right. That's in BVH ray tracer. We got 0 children apparently. So if we disable the ray tracer, then I want to see the I want to see the shaders that are running because yeah, we're not seeing it in this console. Oh. Sweet. So we it was 0 that. Then compile, run. Yep, so we do have to fix that thing then. Upload must come before frame start. So I'm gonna have to fix this today, which is fine. But why? Why did it happen when I disabled this code? I'm a bit confused by that. Did I just not save the file? No. I didn't recompile it then. Recompile, run it. Okay, I must have not saved the file. Sure. So we'll quickly search for this again. We'll comment this out. Comment down, turn true. So we'll run this CPU one before frame start that just does the upload of the ellipsoids. And then we'll run the GPU one which does all the GPU dispatches. So if we skip to here, we'll re-enable this line. Oh, they've still got Control A for the increment and X for the decrement. We'll keep that the way it is. That's cool. And we'll replace this one with GPU. So it's then ggfx BVH build ellipsoid buffer with a 0 because that's where it's going to get inserted. All right, so let's save that one. Switch to here, do a build, and then run. Okay, so still getting a... Let's disable the ray tracer. Right, so here's our profiler. We're noticing that we are simply generating a linear sequence, generating some molten codes, and then then a bunch of sorting. Did a mem set, uniquify, build the binary tree, build a quad tree, packet. Right, so it's doing all the BVH building stuff. You know? So we could try and debug it and see what's going on because it's a bit strange. Bit strange. Maybe we can. Yeah, so let's get it all running, and we'll do a render doc capture. So compile, open up render doc, and we should be able to debug all the information from here, like all the data. Yeah, we've got the first frame, that'll do. So in the first frame, so I want to see the push constants of the BVH ray tracer, just to make sure So we'll be pushing up the... Here we go. The value is 0, BVH reference is 0. So I think that makes sense because it's just giving you the front of the nodes buffer with that custom allocator, right? It's just the first one it's given you is 54 nodes apparently. Wait, no, that's the buffer ID. So, oh. So I want to find where we... Right, generate linear sequence. So this should generate a linear sequence of indices into a buffer. Can I view them as something non-hexy? Right, doesn't feel like it's the correct amount, you know? That's 16, isn't it? It's 4 times 4. Because this is a linear sequence, but I don't think it goes that far. Am I missing something? What do we... Dispatch 1-1. Number of elements is 16 apparently. I guess that's correct, isn't it? Yeah, it did start off quite low. So a linear sequence from 0 to 15. So that makes sense. That seems okay. You think of this one, which builds some more codes. Yeah, generates some more codes into the ununified buffer. So it's written out 16 values. I don't know, maybe they're correct. And then it does the sorting. So I think let's keep this open, but let's just scan through the code and try and understand what it's doing. So you can upload the ellipsoids. Right, so first, let's just make sure it does that first. So this one's at line 972. This one's at 1049. So definitely comes, one becomes before and the other one is after. Yeah, so, oh, multi-cursors. I didn't realize you could do that. Scary. Cool. So bump allocates and writes this many build ellipsoids in there. Sure, that's all right. Then afterwards, we call this, build from GPU data. We pass in this one here. Pass in a star index of 0 because that's what that would have been. And then pass the number of ellipsoids. We allocate ourselves a block. Then we generate a sequence of indices. We saw that was okay. We then generate more encodes for those ellipsoids into the more encodes buffer. We can still check the shader. So destination buffer. So source star index plus index, then convert from signed normalize to unsigned normalize and add it in. Right, so we could jump back. This one, the star index would be 0, that's fine. Yeah. Yeah, that all looks okay to me. Then we do sorting of the two buffers we've just written into. The ununified buffer and the indices buffer. Then we memset the unified buffer, run this unified shader, which unifies the Morton codes. And then the rest is just the same as it was before. Like, this is the same as it was before. So, unless we're not zeroing some memory and we run it every frame and therefore it causes a problem. So we could maybe run it for the first frame and see what happens. That's an option. But also we did have this Alright, let's have a look at this in the shader form. So it reads the ellipsoids. Ooh. Yeah, we get the ellipsoid. Yeah, that's fine. The ellipsoid indices, and then we have a start index to offset into it. They should be grabbing the right ellipsoid. Maybe we can double check the data that the ellipsoids are getting thrown up there correctly. No, it's so warm in it today. So where's the one that reads the ellipsoids? It's not until later, isn't it? Well, the Morton codes read the ellipsoids buffer. Generate more codes. What's that one? So nested. That looks fishy. No, that's fine. Generate ellipse. Why is it touching the indices buffer? That's not right, is it? 52. Did I accidentally pass the wrong buffer in here? No, that is the ellipsoids buffer there. So when you create it, what does it do? Right, it's labeled indices buffer, but obviously it isn't the indices buffer. Just delete that. Right, so that's obviously not helpful, but anyway, we should look at it. Nice, so that's auto generated. Awesome. The rotation looks pretty sensible, not gonna lie. Yeah, the values seem right. They're between -1 and 1. So I think they're okay. So let's take a look at the final output and let's see what place it's supposed to be writing into. BVH build, no, pack. Where's the pack one? Here, pack. So if we take a look at the pipeline state, see the push constants, you'll see that Starnex is at 0, where we expect it to be. Starnex for the ellipsoids is 0 as well, yep. And yeah, these are just buffers. Right, so everything is kind of looking good, but it's not. There's something wrong with it still. So now this is coming from the shader, like this invalid children count. So if we hop over to the shader code, we should be able to we should print out the node index as well, just to see like what's going on. Oh. So where's the current node index? Well, child node star index, it's a bit different. We can call it the base child node, if you will. So let's compile that and see what happens. Let's see what we get. Right, so base child node 0. Okay, this is a very simple problem to fix. Oh, this is good. So basically what we're doing, and I don't know why I didn't see this. Wait, why does this still exist? No, this is fine. Okay, so it's reading it from the stack. We're putting the first value on the stack, 0 and 4. But when I read it back out, it's obviously wrong. For some reason. So firstly, this should be wrapped. It's around add. Neat. But yeah, that's not the problem. But yeah, so if we have do we put 4 in there? This should be take 1. Because you're only using 2 bits, which gets you 0 to 3 inclusively, right? So what you need to do is wrap this. So ms that and rise it. Then do another one of those. Then -1. So that takes your value of 4 and puts it down to 3. And then here we need to do a +1. So that'll be a yep, so when we unpack it, we add the 1. So that should fix everything. No. It's better close bracket. Whoops. No. So that'll be. What do we do? Why aren't I seeing these things highlight? That would be nice. Because in Vim, these highlight. That's a missing feature. Just trying to find if that's a thing. Helix highlight matching bracket. So I guess you can just do right? But it's equally easier if I just see. Highlight matching brackets 3 years ago. Maybe there's an option for that or something. This is NeoVim. Right, maybe there's a thing for that. Right, if we save all. And we're up and running. Oh yeah. Amazing. So here is the BVH that we randomly generate the ellipsoids on CPU, upload them, then build them on the GPU. And then we ray trace them with our ray tracing shader. And this is what we had working before. We made the BVH API. But now we've made the BVH API, we can technically make multiple BVHs now. And then we'll be able to change the BVH that we ray trace against in the ray tracing shader. So our next step is to do that. But we kind of need to fix the GPU layer because the GPU layer has this upload buffer thing that just needs, it's a bit of tech debt that needs sorting out. So we should do that. Cheap viewers, yum. Ah, shoot, it didn't even work. Finally. Oh yeah. Amazing. Yeah, so as you notice, our parent volumes are actually quite big. I'm hoping to fix that problem off stream and investigate a way to generate nicer bounding volumes. But I've just done a very quick and easy one for now. Yeah, here's the tree. We built it on CPU as well in the exact same way, just so we can view it and debug it, but yeah. There we go. Man, it's so damn hot in this room. I might go and get a nice, cool drink. I'm still working on this tree thing. Not really. The tree is built. Yeah, I've done the tree building code. We've still got to write better traversal code. And we're going to be making a top level tree, which will link to the bottom level trees. But that is still going to use the same build code, just we're going to have a slightly different leaf node. So the leaf node in the tree, so these leaf nodes here are an ellipsoid, but in the top level BVH, the leaf nodes are going to be another whole bounding volume hierarchy tree that you reference to. So that's how you can do instances of objects and things. Well, yeah. So yeah, we're still working on it, but the BVH build code is basically done. There's just some adjustments we've got to do to it. Oh yeah. Right, I'll be right back. I'm just gonna go and get a nice cool Coke. Is the music still going? Let's put back on some Stone Rebel. Alright, BRB. Alright, welcome back. Nice. Glass of ice. Should cool me down, hopefully. Oh yeah. So the next thing we would like to do is fix the upload buffer stuff. Can kind of explain the API a bit first. So I want to go to. So effectively, I guess I can just write it all out here. Right, there we go. So we have a GPU frame start. This gets the command buffer. Well, if you're running in VSync, it might wait, right, for the VSync. But if you're running at an uncapped frame rate, it will just so long as the command buffer was finished 2 frames ago, you'll get that command buffer and you'll reset it and you'll start a new command buffer. Then you will do all your GPU stuff in here, and your GPU dispatches and things, command dispatch, and whatever else you want to do, like copies or clears. You do a bunch of those, and then you do a frame end. So the problem is currently we have an upload outside. So all of our uploads upload to buffer, upload to texture happens outside of this command buffer thing. And the reason why I wanted to do that initially, do outside the command buffer, is because this line here does a wait. And I was thinking, you know what, we could just spend that time rather than waiting. Oh wait, sorry. It could wait if the command buffer from 2 frames ago is still running on the GPU. So I was thinking we can just spend that time uploading data to a GPU buffer somewhere instead. But it's kind of got two problems. So the first problem is you need to use more GPU memory. So when you double buffer your command buffers, so one command buffer you're recording on the CPU while the GPU is hopefully running is reading the other command buffer and running that. And then when you're done recording the CPU one, you try to record the next one, and then the GPU is still going on it, and you wait for it to finish maybe, or maybe it's already finished, and then you record your next one. So you double buffer those command buffers and yeah. But then you would need to triple buffer the upload buffers, because technically your CPU or the GPU could be reading or writing. Sorry, reading from those upload buffers. Is that right? Yeah, the one from 2 frames ago. Yeah. Yeah, so either one of those 2 command buffers could be read from if you're... Yeah, because you haven't waited here to check if if it's finished or not. So you need a third one to write into instead, a third upload buffer. So you triple buffer those. So it just takes up more memory. But then it's got another problem where I can't intermix code in my API, where I can't do. So this is like an upload buffer. I can't have a function which does an upload to a buffer and a dispatch in the same place because of the way I've written the code, unfortunately. So what we're going to do now is figure out how do I undo this. How do I undo it such that we can do an upload and dispatch in the same place, and we'll just do the uploads after waiting for that. Or after starting the new command buffer and possibly waiting. So let's go ahead and let's go ahead and do a git commit. And then we'll investigate doing that. So this is, I'm in Vim. Right, make. Let me switch out to Helix now. BVH bottom level or API, and sort of test currently for bottom level BVH only. So we'll do the top level one in a bit. Cool. Should I tag that with a day? No, we'll do the tag later. Hey there, Gradula. Yeah, we're using Helix. It's my first day actually using it, but I'm really liking how it comes set up out of the box. Yeah, we've just been ironing out a few little problems. Some of them succeeding, some of them not so much succeeding. I've not been able to press F5 and build and then get the output into some sort of quick fix like menu. So if you've got any ideas on how I can run a build script and get the errors and filter through them, I would love to hear that. Yeah, I'm pretty picky, but I'll look at the theme. Dark Plus. Isn't this just like Visual Studio? This feels like Visual Studio to me, because I work in this every day. The green's a bit different. No, it's quite similar. It's quite similar. Oh, is this VS Code? Yeah, not. I work in the old school Visual Studio. You know, that clunky thing. Yeah. But yeah, that gives me work vibes. I miss my theme I had in NeoVim. My custom theme based off someone else's theme. Yeah, but Vim modes, they're half in. You got like your feet. Sorry, you're kind of like waist deep in Vim rather than being neck deep in Vim. I love being neck deep. Oh, this one's called Helix, this editor. It's basically like a modern take on Vim. Or a more, yeah. It comes more set up out of the box and things. Quite decent. I'm enjoying it so far. I'm just getting used to my new config is all. I much prefer the config file setup. It's just toml, right? And it's not, you know, it's just a config file. It's not really a programming language, which is great. But I'm still getting used to the editor. All right, so let's jump to the GPU file. So I want to have open up the internal, and I want to find anything to do with. See, I think I guess we'll go. I think it's purely in the back end actually. So we're in the back end now. We search for upload. Maybe we'll find it. Create upload buffer, active frames. Right, so there's 2 upload buffers. So I do have a bug in which I didn't have a 3rd upload buffer. So technically we could have been reading from an upload buffer while yeah, it's terrible. So, okay. So I think, right, that's good to know. Let's jump back into gpu.c. And now let's find where we do upload buffer. Oh, what's going on? Why didn't that? Oh, because it's regex in it. Right. Cool. Yeah, so we've got some like has frame started thing. We want it the other way around. And we should probably rename this to, is it a command? Right, let's do some more investigation still. So we make some sort of a host copy entry or something like this. Okay, so we have an array of those upload entries. So if we were to look at this and then jump back to Vulkan, then right, so I guess I presumably think this is in frame start. I think I can press the M key and go to, no, the left bracket key, and then jump to the previous function. No, that's the previous one, isn't it? Right, frame start, yes, in frame start. So in frame start, it goes over all those upload entries, and then it goes and does all the barrier stuff, and then does the, right. So I kind of built it into the back end as well. Maybe we build it into the, So it does some transitioning. It transitions every single resource and the upload buffer into the correct. Yeah, it does the pipeline staging thing, right? Okay. Does the pipeline barrier, and then it does the copying. So, right, what I think we're going to do is make a new backend function which does the copying. So upload to a buffer or upload to a texture. And the problem is the pipeline barriers won't be as optimized anymore, but equally it's probably not going to be the bottleneck. Yeah, it probably won't be the bottleneck. But if it's something I want to fix, maybe at the start of the frame, I can call a function where it's saying, hey, we're going to upload to all of these things, and it will do the transitioning ahead of time. Yeah, maybe there's a way to optimize that later anyway, so I don't think that's a big deal. So yeah, I think let's make these functions which do this sort of like buffer to image copy and right. Yeah, so for those who don't know much about Vulkan, you typically you make a staging buffer which is CPU visible, and when you upload stuff to the GPU, you copy it to this other CPU visible location, and then in the command buffer, you record a command. So when the GPU executes it, you're saying, "Hey, copy from the staging buffer." Where we wrote it on the CPU into the buffer I want it to be on the GPU. And that's how you take stuff from CPU to a persistent buffer on the GPU. So all of our buffers are persistent on GPU except for these upload buffers. These ones live in CPU space. And then the same thing with a texture. You do a buffer from the buffer to image copy, which will copy it from the staging buffer on the CPU to the GPU image or texture. So that's all that does. Okay. So I think I've got some ideas. We've got to change the sync code, and we've got to change the backend thing. So let's start with the backend API. What I would like to do is introduce a few more thingies. Yeah. So we want to yank that line, paste, go to the start. And then what I'd like to do is call it, shoot, I just did an old Vim thing. See, there's no way to jump back to the previous, jump backward and forward. That's not, it's too much of a jump. I want to go back to the previous character I was just looking at. I used to have a way to do that. Vim. So I want to highlight all that. Upload buffer. So we're not doing a shader. We want to know which buffer this is our destination buffer. Then we have an offset and a size and then a source offset. So we have a did you try NVim? I don't like how it keeps background buffers and doesn't have tabs as good as Visual Studio. Right, so with Helix, you can get tabs at the top, but yeah, you just jump between your buffers with a bit of a search query, or you can use the buffer previous or buffer next. So if you keep a sort of memory in your head, obviously, of which one you're just in, you can just do a couple of keys and just jump right back. But yeah, it's all about just mapping the actions to keystrokes, and you can get pretty good setup, to be fair. And if you want to search for stuff, you can search for all the files like this, which is quite nice. Or you open buffers here. Hey Alex, how's Helix going? It's pretty good. I'm still getting used to my key mapping, because I've done a custom key mapping on top of just switching. Because I use the Combat keyboard layout, so all my keys are skewed. Anyway, But yeah, it's pretty good. There's a few things that I'm trying to figure out how to do in it, like run a build script and get the output error messages in the editor in some way where I can jump through them. And also I'm trying to figure out like, how do I just jump back to the previous cursor location across file and inside the same file? I've got one that jumps a bit too far. Like it doesn't remember all the steps. Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out a few little bits of it, but it's good. I'm just a little bit slower. Yeah, I think out of the box, it's a really good experience. It's set up an LSP tree sitter. The config file is nice. Doesn't seem too limiting. My config file's obviously got many lines because I just remap all the key. I've remapped a lot of keys. But yeah, there's not any sort of scripts in here like you would in a NeoVim thing, right? Or extensions. I don't have any extensions. Yeah, I do think it's going to be my preferred editor of choice. Yeah, it does. The control, I know, I'm trying that one, but it jumps too far back. It doesn't get all of the jump locations. Like, in NeoVim or Vim, it will remember every place you move the... Yeah, remember a lot more places than this one does. Mighty Loopy's been using it as his first modal editor for a bit. I'm enjoying it, but it's hard to get used to the keyboard shortcuts. Yeah, it's just modal editors. I think I've got more of a mind for it. So, because I've been using modal stuff for a long time, and, you know, I've switched my keyboard layout to Colmac. So I think my brain's just a bit more used to that. But yeah, like, you have to pause and be like, oh, this is an annoying process. How do I improve that? And that's something you have to do a lot when you adopt modal editors, because otherwise you'll just be, it won't be any better than other editors. But if you keep doing that, you get to a point where you're flying around code and it's just, you get all the screen real estate, you can just pop up stuff out of nowhere and get all the information you need. So it's pretty nice. I think there's the other one, it's like space K, and then I've just got the information here, right? Far quicker than, well, maybe not. There's probably a keyboard shortcut and other editors for that, but yeah. It's also like a lot less, it's a lot more ergonomic, right? You're not using your pinky fingers to like do control keys all the time. So it's quite nice. But just keep in there. No, it's not the UK keyboard layout thing. I'm using the right command. I'm using the... Oh, wait. Maybe got the thing skewed a bit. I have to give that a try while you're watching. Awesome. Yeah, I'm hoping that it's a good take on, like actually doing a good take on Vim, but just redone. Because, yeah, I didn't really find too much benefit using NeoVim over Vim. Obviously, they have the LSP stuff when you eventually configure it and tree sitter, but you could probably get a lot of that stuff in regular Vim. And it was still a massive they didn't really improve things drastically. And it takes a while to set up. What am I doing? Changing that. Right, so I want to take in a U64. What do I think I use U64s. So I want a destination offset to copy into, right? in bytes. And then we will want a source offset, and then we want some kind of size that we're copying. Right, so whenever I use the words offset or size in my code bases, they always mean in bytes. Index and count means elements, right? And then I think that's sensible. So we're gonna go ahead and copy this line. And then I'm gonna go ahead and jump back. Texture. So this one is a bit of a 3D thingy. So this is an offset in 3D. Yeah, offset in 3D. And then we want a source offset from the upload buffer, and then a size. How does that look in Vulkan? Right, it wants the dims. Lazy times 3. No. Destination dims, I guess. Or it's the copy dims. Might undo that. So we should also name that copy size. Sweet. I think that's good. So let's make these in Yank. And then we'll go into Vulkan. And basically on this sort of stuff here, right? Figure it out. So let's just make the functions here, and then we'll move them. So would like to, as a way to I bracket pair. Bit too good, that one. Mi paragraph, too much. I guess I could do it. So MIM does the closest random pair. Mm. Then I'll delete it. Or yank it, whatever. Then I can do mi and then paste it with a shift R. Nearly. You get used to that a bit. It could be quite powerful. Well, I can't indent and then repeat the indent. Okay. Yeah, I've remapped the. Yeah, that's a good idea. Jump through params with an A. Yeah, that's quite nice. I need to get used to that. So I can just jump through params with. Oh, that's good. Yeah, I've actually, in my config, right, I've made it so if I hold shift, I've got the extended stuff in here. So if I hold shift, I can do all of the it's as if I'm in visual mode. I can adjust the selection there, so that's nice. That should help out. And then I can just do switch. And then I can move it back like that or something. I'll just do that. Yeah. Things to learn. Oh yeah. So here's a combat keyboard layout and it's not going to map anyway, so I'm going all in. Change everything. Oh yeah. Or was that jump? Yeah, jumps to the end, but what did I do again? So yeah, that was go to line start. Oh, extend to line start, I can shift it. Oh. And then I can go change source offset. And then here's entry, but I just go back. And then change DST buffer offset. And then size would be oh, what am I doing? H copy size. Command buffer, I need to get one of those. Let's figure out active frame index and all that good stuff. Multi-cursors. Don't know what happened there. I need to learn the multi-cursor thing. Or I go dun. See, the thing I miss is in Vim, you know, that visual line mode. So yeah, I've already remapped that key to a different key. But yeah, it's interesting. But the thing is about the line mode in Vim, you can go down and it would just keep going. Whereas this one you need to redo it again. them a bit. Yeah. Anyway, just yank that. We'll jump back to where we were. And we're back in a buffer. But then here I do a new line, down, paste. Do the selection again. Bring it in a bit. So get the active frame index, get the command buffer out. Got the command buffer, get the upload buffers. What is this again? Oh, destination buffer. I need to get the destination resource backend. I need one of them. So yank that line. Jump back. I can't jump back. I have to search back. Multi-cursor. What have I done? You'd expect the escape key to kill the multi-cursors, but maybe not. Maybe it's quite error prone. So that'll be this guy here, right? Yank. Neat. That'll do. So that is the upload buffer code. Now I need to do the upload texture one. So it's basically just copying this one here. Yank it. Paste it. And we do the same sort of thing again. I'm still fighting against the standard LSP configs on FreeBSD. Right, hello by the way. Hey there. Let's catch up with chat. What's the advantage of to Vim on EOVim? Basically, the config comes set up at the gate. I'm still trying to get used to some things in it. But the idea is that the editor comes built in with stuff and you don't really need too many extensions. But it might not do for people who want to heavily customize it. So if you don't like the stuff it comes built in with, then maybe it's not the editor for you. But I think it's, I'm the type of person who didn't really use a lot in Vim. Or didn't change a lot from base Vim. But when I went and, but the thing is when you work on like bigger code bases, also a good autocomplete is typical, is kind of required. So like a language server protocol does solve that problem. So this comes built in with one, and tree sitter as well, so you get a lot more. When you write your own theme, you'll be able to target all the specific points to syntactically highlight that you would like. And also you'll be able to do all the nice jump to functions or stuff as well. So quite good. Still finding it's a standard SP config. Right. Underscore is also really useful. It trims white space from the selection. Right. Yep. Right. Right. There's a shift X there in it. Oh, that's interesting, isn't it? Is X really good enough? Yeah, shift X is probably it. Shift X is probably all I need. But then you're saying that you could also remap it to saying extend line up. Extend line bounds, right? I've just used. Right. But then do you have a version which goes down then? But yeah, I think that's. Or maybe I just stick with that. Just shift X. I've got it remapped to the quote key. But it might not be good enough. Alright, let's do a quick bit of remapping. So the H key, what's capital H like? Yeah, let's map that to the H key to flip the selections. And we'll remove that, just capital H in normal mode. And then the extend to line bounds, we'll remove that because we've got the X key, which is the default one. And I think that's fine. So if we just reload the config there. No. Shoot. Change selection. No. It's ruined. I guess I'll undo that. Future me can solve that problem. Right. Yeah, so what would we like to do? Oh, shoot. So we would like to change this one out for source offset from the upload buffer and anything else. See, another thing as well is like this star key. I'm used to just jumping using the whole word. I'm used to that. But it has this benefit where you can select part of a word and then just search on that. So maybe the selection thing is fine. It's just I have to select it, then say go next. It's a bit weird. But maybe I'll get used to that. It's just more key presses. This is so that I can shorten the selection. Extend line up and then... Yeah, I don't get it because you're going up and then doing that. Or you're extending it up. So entry, MIP level, entry. I can put my keys all. Oh wow. Interesting. I can go like that. Uh, um, DST texture. Cool. So I need these things here. So I'd like to select all those, yank, and then get the active frame, get the active command buffer that we are recording into. We're going to go ahead and get the texture backend resource, and then rightio. Must be in the general layout. Okay. So it shouldn't have to be in another layout other than general. That's nice. Right, so here's our two lovely functions. Let's go. So in backend.h, we want to put it after this function here. So we jump back, and we're going to go ahead and select two functions. Screw it. Let's delete all that. Put a new line in there. Then let's find this. Go to the next. Go to the end. Matching pair at the bottom. Paste it in. Neat. So we've put the upload stuff in. Why is this offset not being used? Bit strange. Did these used to be called entry or something? Let me search for that. I'm a bit confused. Right, it used to be entry. No, this is readback. Ah, shoot. Copy the upload data destination buffers. CPU offset. Huh? That seems a bit wrong to me. It's a readback buffer, that's why. That comment needs to change. Copy all of the... Right, I guess we need readback equivalents then. Yeah, readbacks also need to change too, probably. Yeah, we'll do the readback ones in a second. Let's just get these ones in. But anyway, where were they? Right, here they are. Yeah, it was entry buffer offset. Okay. So that didn't get... Right, easy. So this one is DST offset. Cool, that's used. Gotta be careful. To here. Right, so you got to copy a very specific MIP level on all of this. So actually this needs to change. All right. So you want to copy a very specific MIP. And array layer. Oh, sorry, you're copying to a very specific MIP or array layer. Neat. So let's go to the header file quick. Copy that line. Drop that in. What? Delete that line. Jump back. Cool, so destination MIP. Yes, it's this stuff here, right? So we go... offset. Yeah, the dot command is not like the Vim one. That's something to get used to as well. So I can't just dot, doesn't repeat the delete stuff as well. It repeats the last insert only, I think. So these are the copy dims. There we go. Cool. So that should be these upload buffer copy commands. So let's go and change the CPU side functions to use these. Does any Helix reversal the standard commands I delete word is word delete? Yes, you select, you're always building a selection. So whenever you move, it selects the however far your cursor travel, that's the thing it selects. Unless you remap it heavily and remove that behavior. And then you can also, there's commands to extend it as well. And then you can operate on it afterwards. Yeah, it's okay. You know, as you notice, I'm a lot slower, but yeah, it's you know, it's just you know, within a week, it should be all right. It still takes time to adjust though. Yeah. I just find that it's worth taking the time to learn it, because once you do learn it, it's very smooth and fluid, these sorts of experiences I find. But yeah, it is a lot to take in, for sure. So jumping to the GPU file, and we're in the upload buffer already. So no longer are we going to make a stack of entries. Instead, we're going to ultimately call a function. Bum, bum, bum. So let's just get that in here. GPU backend upload buffer. There's all the boys and girls. So the first one is, oh, this is quite nice. This one is destination buffer, so that'll be resource. Followed by, do I tab it? How do I get to that? Okay, it's a bit weird then. I'm in. So the next one is DST offset. I'm not a fan of them automatically putting commas in if I can't just jump to the next one and I have to come out, and like it's a bit silly if that's, I need to learn how we do it. So the next one is destination offset. So it's just offset. Then the source offset is CPU offset. So CPU offset. Then copy size is just size. Right, so we would have asserted all of that is okay here. So no biggie, just doing all that, right? So, so this is going to upload it there and then. We need synchronization code. So I need to make sure that we run GPU sync on it. So we need to do like a GPU command sync read write. We're syncing read write. Well, this is a macro, this is wrong. This is res ID. So this sync state thing that we're modifying here gets nuked. This upload entries, we don't use that anymore. This is, I think that's it. So let's read through it. So we need to assert that we're at the start of a frame. This is wrong. This is assert that we're not at the start of a frame, because uploads used to be outside of frame start. So this kind of should be renamed to command upload a buffer, right? So actually do an upload or do a copy and all that. So I'm thinking yeah, I think it's like command assert or something like this. So you say GPU, yes, that is it. Oh, damn it. Cool. So do command assert. This no longer has to happen because this is going to make sure that we've called frame start, which this code has to actually change as well. Yes, we get rid of this line. So we get the buffer, ensure that we want to copy into a region of the buffer and don't go out of bounds. Get the upload buffer offset that we're going to copy into temporarily. Make sure we haven't overflowed. Synchronize read write on the buffer we want to copy to. Put the copy command in the command buffer, and then return the pointer that the CPU will write to. Like so. Right, so that's good. So the upload texture has to change too. I'm going to go ahead and yank that and paste that in there. This line also disappears. All the assertions to make sure we don't go out of bounds. I think I would like to copy that. So again, we get rid of these and replace it with these 2 lines instead. But this time instead we call the upload texture, and just got to be careful. Right, so destination offset, where's the MIP? MIP level array layer. Source offset, that's CPU offset. And then the dims is just dims. Like that. Cool, so that should then call that function that we made earlier as well for the upload buffer. Now, that seems pretty good. We've still got to go into the GPU backend and tell it to get rid of all that stuff it's doing at the start of the frame. And then we've got to do the same thing for the read back buffers as well. Is sort those guys out too. So we jump back to Vulkan. Now we need to go to where those upload entries. These are the things which are, we should probably look around for all these upload entries and just get rid of all that code. I'm a creature of habit. I learned basic Vim motions and I'm just gonna stick with that. That's cool. No, we're not using SDL. And yeah, I wrote my own C compiler for shaders called HCC because I was kind of annoyed that shader programming was kind of terrible. So I can share data structures and functions from between CPU and GPU with obviously there are some limitations. Like I can't use pointers and stuff, but I can share data structures and basic functions. I've got a whole master library which works on CPU and GPU. When it comes to the engine, we've written a custom engine from scratch. The GPU layer is compute shaders only because we're trying to see if we can write a game with just compute shaders. So no vertex or fragment shaders, just ray tracing in 3D and sign distant field tile binning in 2D. Got a core library which is like custom allocators, hash tables, arrays, stuff like that. OS layer, which is kind of like our SDL. So it opens up a window, has keyboard, mouse, gamepad support. And I've got a UI library, which is my own immediate mode UI thing, which I have used to make a texture viewer so far. But I'm looking forward to making some form of editor in the future. But yeah, I do have a VOD channel if you're interested in seeing how I made any of that. All of that was streamed live previously, so if you want to see how that's made, it's back there. So I think there's a way to grep over the whole thing. Is it just G? No. Debug. Whoops, ain't it? Because Helix grep. Yeah, like telescope, man. Something that's been talked about 2 years ago. Bum bum bum. Closed. Go to end. Implemented. Whoa. Picker v2. I don't get it. But yeah, it does exist. It's just called something that I don't know. There's some lingo. Finding files. Yeah, it's not bad. I like how set up how the box it is. And hey there, Travis, by the way. Welcome, welcome. Um, I'm still getting used to my new key config, so I'm like dog slow. But there's a few little things about it, like the jump back to the previous place where my cursor was isn't identical to Vim, so I'm being a bit slipped up on that one. And I want to try and make it like Vim because Vim was more granular. Um, there's a few little things to do with yeah, like in Vim, right? When you press Shift Star, the words you're over, it just puts that into the search box, if you will, and you start searching away. In here, you have to highlight it manually, press the star key, right, Shift 8, and then you can press next or previous and search around. So it's 3 steps instead of 1, but it's got the added benefit of granularly selecting a portion of text, and which you could probably do in Vim with some other way too. But yeah, you can obviously get the old Vim behavior back. You just edit the config file and just line up those 3 commands. Just remap that key to those 3 commands. But yeah, there's something still. See, there's some little changes to get used to. I use jump back, jump forward all the time in Vim. That could be annoying to get past. Yeah, I use it all the time as well. I need to figure out how to make it exactly like Vim's one. Because what do they call? Oh, space slash. Is that what it's called? Global search. In workspace folder. That ain't what I'm looking for. Alright, it says picker stuff. Symbol picker. It's pretty close, isn't it? Yeah, these diagnostic things, maybe this is where you get the build errors. Diagnostics. I want to do like a grep. Right, maybe. It says implemented in here, but it's just a lot of text I'm reading, so. This is what we want, right? It's probably in the docs somewhere. Mm-hmm. What? Search for grep or. Global search. Yeah, maybe that's it, but it didn't seem like it. So what was it? It was like upload entries, right? Oh, okay, this is what I want. But I would expect it to have a box here. Right, and then I can... Right. Yeah, so... And then can I go next through all the things? That would be pretty lit, wouldn't it? So if I go, I don't think it does go to search next, global search. Yeah, search next is one we're using. But is it like a global? Nah, then it's global search next. So maybe it doesn't go through all of them per se. That's all right. Okay, so I think we just nuke this. So I want to transition my upload buffer, I think. Um, hmm. So it does the transitioning. Right, so I think I want to move it into with these sort of readback buffers, if you will. Because there's another pipeline barrier here. So I think we can just... Where is it? So here's the upload buffer transitioning code. I think this is what we want. Yank that. So we can delete all that code in a bit. There should be a nice tidy up. Paste. Oh, shoot. Well, that failed. Paste that in there. Surround with those. Could have done a better job. I love GW for jumping between parts of code. What, in Vim? Oh, jump to a 2-character label. What? That is amazing. Wow. That is lit. Right, so it's a symbol picker too, but yeah, so it's got to be global. Imagine if it's a symbol. Wow, my brain has just been okay. So symbol is obviously just for like, yeah, globals. I get that. That's cool. Yeah, I was looking for kind of like a local. Well, a sub field of a global. But yeah, that GW. Oh crap! What did I just do? Open up a. Right, let's close that buffer. Right, so I said GF and opened up the thing. Right, that GW, man. That's amazing. You'd be like, oh, I want to go there. I want to be GW. You know what? I don't want to. I don't want that to be a GW. That has got to be its own key. Why should I GW that? Right. Yeah, I gotta have my own key for that. I need to find a key for that. That's good. What was Z being used? So what do I need? I don't know if I've got space. I can make space though. Maybe I'll make B. I might make it the B key. Let's go B. Jump. It could be GW though. Yeah, that's cool because you just. That is a genius idea. Man. Right, so we want to take the upload buffer. It's going to be from. All right, let's think about this. It's going to be used as host read in it. Or host write. Yeah, so that sort of shit. Right, so host bit. So I guess I got some like Helix people here. Does anyone know a good way to run a shell script and get the output of Clang and filter through the error messages in a very easy way inside of Helix? So in Vim, you've got the make command and quick fix. Is there something like that? Because that would be ideal. What am I doing? I'm changing that to host. Right. Oh. Host write bit. So it goes from being a host write and it's being used in a compute shader, but it's also being used as copy as well. So really, I should do so shank that. Let's paste it. Let's go back to there. Let's do an insert or it. Things. This one's going to be transfer. Shoot. Transfer bit. What did it used to be before? I've got to copy, transfer, read bit. Oh, that's cool. Oh, the join line. What's the join line keys? That's a very handy one I used to use. Control. All right, still Shift J. Right, that'll be fine. Okay, so I think that's all right. Yeah, so the problem with SH is it doesn't work. Let me try. I'll show you what it does. So there's. Oh, insert output. So this will insert. So I did ls. Yeah, it inserts it in here, right? I obviously don't want that. Yeah, sh, it doesn't do a good job either. So if I did sh. All right, scripts, build it, sh. The shell error comes up down here. It does go out to the log file. But yeah, getting to that is a bit weird. I just started using it today. I set it up I set it up yesterday. So I've been doing my custom Helix config yesterday. Compute shader bit, destination, and it's gonna be copied from. And right from in a compute shader. Right, so that's the upload buffer sync code. So that means we can get rid of all of this stuff now. So no longer we transition it, copy in all the stuff, and then transition it everything back into the right place. We're just gonna instead, while we're rendering a frame, we're just gonna have our upload buffer. Sorry, while we're making our command buffer, we're just gonna be able to inject copy commands and do some pipeline barriers there, I think. So I think, right, let's match this. Is first frame, that ain't the one. Right, so we just do like a, maybe I stay in visual mode. Yeah, we delete that. Well, that's gone. Visual mode, I guess, again. What's all this? Yeah, this does the copy in, then this does the transition in back. I'm going to delete all that. Sweet. So overall, it should be a much simpler version. So what I'd like to do now, so we have to remove that upload entries buffer. So I guess we can go around and find that some more. Right, there's only a few more places now. So we're in GPC. So we can just go there. So no longer do we have this upload entries thing we have to care about. So we don't initialize a stack anymore. Max uploads per frame. That can also go. So we just go delete that line. Jump back. Oh, delete this line. Delete this line too. Then we can search for upload entries again, one more place, and delete that line here. Neat. So now we're going to do the same thing for the readback stuff. Yeah, I don't know whether I should delete the readback command buffers, I'm not sure. What's control? Oh, control Z is jump out, run it in here. Right. That could have been an ultimate troll move if I didn't know what control Z did and how to get back. Yeah, still getting to learn it, but I'm really liking it so far. For some reason, it's not too tabbing these things because it probably thinks it's a C++. It's a bit silly. Languages. So you have this language file where you define your tab width and things in here separately. So you have to define it per language, which is a bit of a problem, but you can at least define them globally and not per project. So I'm happy about that. It's in the config directory. So yeah. What am I doing? Config reload. That Missing scope in language. Huh? Well, you ran just fine. Oh, so you can just do scope. What is that? The extensions and stuff. Currently, a string like source.js that identifies the language. I think I need to see the sample file. Where's that? Right. Here we go. Source.rust. Huh? I still don't understand what that means. Identifies the language. Currently, we strive to match the scope names used by popular text-made grammars. Right. Okay. So maybe you can tell it to do a specific extension. Don't think you can, so that's probably why I need to call it C++ maybe. Is it CPP? Right, so there you go, it's picked it up now. I don't know if it's thinking it's C++ or not, and wow, there's a debugger thing here. They've got breakpoint functionality built in. Does it do GDB? Apparently you can hook up GDB. No, maybe not. Uses the DAP protocol. Okay, GDB does not talk with DAP. Well, someone needs to do it. That'd be pretty cool. But oh well, life goes on. So we want to change the readback buffer stuff. I guess we'll start in the back end again, the back end thing. So let's copy these two lines. Yank, paste. I didn't yank it. Neat. So rather than upload, we'll call it readback. You can see the health under the DAP column. What? So you run Helix health. Then you can, right. Yeah. Yeah, but didn't it say that? Oh, LLDB. Right, so you can get right, so if I install that. Do they use the VS Code extensions or something like this? Is that what they do? I don't know how they're doing that. Interesting. Maybe that'll be pretty sweet. Right. Yeah, it's worth to give it a go. Because the thing is, like, GDB experience is typically pretty crap anyway. And you got to use another tool. Or you can use the one in the terminal, right? Yeah. Because the thing is you want to view a lot of the data as well, isn't it? It's not just stepping through. You're gonna be able to print stuff out and then view memory, put watch points, breakpoints, and things. Mm-hmm. All right. So instead, we're gonna read back. So rather than DST, it's source. So search DST. It's quite interesting. So I got multi-cursor in that. But I don't know how you get rid of these multi-cursors. Oh well. And then this one is DST. And the copy dims. Same thing again back here. Destination. Right, so I would like to find where this is in Vulkan backend. Go to here. We're gonna. I guess we'll copy and paste this, and then just do these. No. No. Yeah, I think we'll grab the implementation. Yank. Oh, wrong one. This is a lot to relearn. It's alright, it'll be good in a week. So we want to find the other way around version of this. So this one is basically the same, copy buffer, but the other one is copy image to buffer instead of buffer to image, because it's reading it back into a buffer from a texture on the GPU. So if we just look for this, this is it here, because it's got the readback buffer as a one, right? So we can simply just oh. All right, okay. Then we jump back to where we were. See, it jumped back to there. I wanted to jump back in the same file. Okay, I jump back, then forward, and I get back to here. So that just seems like a bug, but I don't know. It's a bit silly. Cool. So we're going to fetch the other one. So this is the readback one still. Oh, transfer source optimal. That looks silly. That should be general. Yeah, that's weird. Yank. Go back, then forward for some reason, and then I'm here. I guess that works. I'm not too annoyed about that, but still. A bit weird. Ah, shoot. Okay, so let's get all this nailed. So where it says entry, this wants to be replaced with source, I imagine. Kinda. So, so close. Source offset. So we're copying from that source bar from the GPU. This will be our destination offset here. So go to the end of the line. Destination offset in the readback buffer. And then this one will be the copy size. We need our command buffer and all that stuff. So I'm going to go ahead and fetch these lines here. So it's simply, oh, these ones here. Yank that. Go down 35 lines. Put it down there. Go up 20 lines. Extend. Yank. 28 down. Put that in there. Nice. But that GW key, I gotta use that. That's amazing. So I can see like GW, and then go ET, and I'm up there. Oh, so that could cause me to get rid of the relative line numbers. That GW, it's pretty amazing. So yeah, what did I change? Right, read back. This is it. So read back. These were done. This is cool. Right, I think that's it. Well, that needs to be renamed to source. But yeah, I guess you just I could just GW everywhere. Oh, interesting. I should probably make that key something else. Yeah. Yeah, I need to make the one which switches the selection around an easy key and that GW key. I haven't got any room though. I've already kind of used up all my space. I got the comma key. Comma could be used to switch between, yeah, switch around. That's a good one. Maybe. What's that key? Oh, a key down here as well, lower left. Next to the shift key. Yeah, maybe those can be used for something. Nah, default keybinds I can't. I'm using the Combat keyboard layout, so it's all skewed because it's in the terminal. And the terminal processes key codes and not scan codes. On new versions, the inline errors, there are inline errors that just got merged recently. Interesting. What is inline errors? Exactly. Like, you see them in with the code. Pretty sweet. Because, yeah, I think the biggest problem with the terminal is the fact that you can't get different sized text. So whenever you do stuff like inline errors, you're going to push things out more. But if it's like done in a very elegant way, I think that'd be fine. And yeah, that'll be cool. But yeah, you kind of get them up here. But this is diagnostics, isn't it? Pretty legit. Cool. I'm just trying to overwrite my memory right now. My muscle memory is just strip me up, man. Yes, this is the destination. So we're copying it back into a read back buffer. So this one is the DST offset. Oh, sorry. Yeah, destination offset. Then any more. Crap. Oh, this is so good. Source map level. See, what I miss about Vim is that action would have been redoable in the dot key, but dot key is just the previous insert, which kind of sucks. I wish there's a way to repeat the chain of commands which built my selection and whatever I did after the insert. That is kind of silly. That is not a thing. Like Vim, man. Yeah, there is macros, but I use macros in Vim as well. But the dot key is so efficient in Vim because it makes you act in a certain way, so then you can dot key and stuff. Like, it should be doable. Yeah. Unanswered. No. Oh, see, look, this is just excuses. Excuses. Like, you can still remember what it took to build your selection. You have multiple cursors. That's another approach. So the way that you could probably do it, or you can do it, right? So I just undo this. Ahead of time, think, oh, there's all these things. And I select it, do that, build my multi-cursor, and then I extend them out like a champ. And do it all in one go. And stop crying that I miss vim.actions. I guess that's something I can try and learn, but yeah. Right, this is wrong. I don't think we had I think we made it all general layout, to be fair. I don't remember any other image layout than general, to be honest. Oh, maybe. Right. We'll make use general now. Hey, Salacious, how's it going? Yeah, the dot man. Yeah, that's one gripe I have with it. They could probably support that. Like, it's literally like, oh, all the extend commands that have happened before, put them in an array, right? And then, yeah, it's possible. It's possible. Cool, so I think that's the read back stuff there. Let's nuke the stuff from existence. So this is at the end of the frame, I think. Now I want to try and remember how do I go back to the start of a function. I guess you go previous function, next function. I don't know. Or I could have just done m. Right. Command read back. There's a read back command. What has past me done? Right, past me has done this. Bum bum bum. Right, let's figure out what I did. So whenever you do a command read back buffer, right, install, it does the read back copy. It injects it into the command buffer right away. Right, and then there's another place where you do the read backs. Right, so maybe I didn't need those two functions we just wrote. So it just does one entry, right? Puts the readback buffer in here for some reason. It's transitioning the readback buffer. You shouldn't have to do that. Transition the texture and then do the copy. And then it transitions the readback buffer back again. Yeah, I don't think we need to do that, to be fair. You know, let's get rid of this and let's go with the new versions. Yeah, let's just nick that. Let's hop back into all right. So let's go back into the Vulkan code and see if there's any more readback buffer stuff that we're right. Create the readback buffers. It's all right. Keep going. Bind it. No, keep going. Right. This is initially the transitioning code. Yep, this is fine. Set the start of the frame. Here's our commands we've just made. And we're back full circle. Right, that's good. So I think everything's fine. So we just have to change the GPU side of things now. So the abstraction. So when we do a read back from a buffer, so we're not going to make, we've got a new function that we're calling, read back buffer. You pass in the buffer, the source, offset, the destination offset, which is CPU offset, and then the size that we're copying. All right. So this sticks it onto some queue thing. I'm not going to mess around with any of this today. We've got like some queue enum. We can read back. We can put multiple bits of data on there and read them back. Using bool? No, it's in C. It's been in C since like, I don't know, C99. Standard bool, my friend. It's a header file. Yeah, I don't know when it was made. C99. Standard bool. So it basically maps the keyword underscore bool to, you define bool underscore bool. And then in C23, they've decided to make it a keyword now and break backwards compatibility. Hey, Katsumi, how's it going? Going good, my friend? So we're still doing graphics programming. So I spent half the time that we've spent so far making engine things and UI. So UI, GPU layer, gamepad support, keypad support, dynamic arrays, allocators. Yep. Then more than half the time, basically doing graphics R&D, just trying to find something unique. So I think we found it now. We sort of iterate on it more. But yeah, I'm just getting the ability to build a scene, and then we're going to go back to probably build an editor so we can make some models of these ellipsoids, and then probably come back and do a little bit more rendering, like so we can get some stuff animating, and maybe need better lighting, but we might be okay for now. We'll see how things go, and that will be yeah. I think then after we've done the second pass on rendering, we might go back. We'll probably start on the game then. C23, yes and no. Like, what cool things are you interested of Albus about C23? Because I think there are a handful of good things that I like too, but there are some questionable things they've done. Like they've added null putter T and null putter, as the C++ people call it, to fix a problem with generic, because apparently generic null had a problem. So they've introduced a whole new thing, and it's kind of silly. I didn't want null pointer. Oh, embed. Yes, embed is the cool thing. That is good. But maybe, yeah, I think it's fine. Yes, I wonder how it's like for compile times versus just tacking on the end of the executable. So I've got to change the upload texture as well, I think. Why isn't this thing in style frame? I'm uber confused. Why? It did. Yeah, this assertion should not be here. It should be in the function. Oh yeah, we want to change this in it. Okay, so something is going to have to change, but yeah, we'll sort that out. Right, make sure don't go out of bounds, get the readback buffer. Allocate a slot in the readback buffer, get the entry in that array. Right, I think that's okay. Let's delete this line. And then let's call this new thing instead. Texture. Also, what was the bug resulting in a black screen? I had to go and I missed that debugging that part of it. Oh. It was an off by one error. So basically, in my node ref, it's actually only 16 bits, but we use a 32-bit integer. I use the upper 16 bits to store the relative child node indices. So our child nodes they're aligned to 4, and four of them sit next to each other in memory. So siblings sit next to each other in memory, and they're aligned to 4 elements. So because they're aligned, we can use the lower 2 bits, right? Because they're always going to be 0 to store the number of children. But I was passing in 4, right, which uses the 3rd bit on, and I was ANDing it with the lower 2 bits. So I need to take away 1 to make 4 3, and then I need to add 1 back to it when I read it back out of this packed thing. So this node ref, when I start the shader, the ray tracer, I make a node ref at offset 0 for the children. So the root nodes, and for children. Put it on the node stack. I pulled it out of the node stack, and this was 0. So when it reached here, it was saying there was 0 children to look through. So that was the reason why there's a black screen. So it's actually quite an easy fix. I was thinking it was more of the shader dispatches, but it's actually just the shader code that I changed was wrong. So it's not bad in the end. So source offset is offset, MIP level, then array layer, followed by CPU offset for the CPU side readback buffer we're copying to, and the destination, and the copy DIMMs. Cool. Right. So that's the readback stuff sorted out there, but we've still got to sort out the so whenever you call this, right. So you have these readback queues, and these readback queues, you want to have one readback queues that you're writing to, and then you're reading from, I think. Or readback queues that you're filling up. So while you're recording a command buffer, the command buffer from 2 frames ago will be finished, and you should be able to read back that set of queues. So the thing I want to be careful of is, yeah, we need these triple buffered. Or you take another See, I might get rid of this readback command buffer. Right, I just remembered quickly. I need to rename some of this stuff. So it's like GPU upload. So these should all, and I guess you just what would you do? Shoot. So I want to say GPU command upload. So it happens within the frame start and frame end. Okay. Yeah, I want to learn more about that multi-cursor stuff. So yeah, when we go back to See, this has to happen within. It'd be a bit buggy, wouldn't it? Shoot. This has to happen within the start and end. So does this, but that will be fine. I think that's all right. Cool. Oh. What's R do? Space R. Rename symbol. Bum bum bum. Oh, amazing. I'll give that a go sometime. How's Helix come along compared to NeoVim? It's not bad. I like how it's set up out of the box. The config file is pretty simple. It's got an LSP tree setter, all installed without any configuration whatsoever. There's a few things to get used to when coming from Vim. Like the dock key doesn't work the same. It's a bit annoying. It repeats the previous insert operation only. So any selection stuff you do beforehand doesn't get included in the dock command for some reason. I feel like that's a big mistake. They should probably add a way to do that, at least. There are a few things with the jumps. Like if I hold things like Control I and O, where you jump to your previous location, for some reason jumping back sometimes jumps back 2 locations for some reason. And then I jump forward and it's in a different place. But in this case it's not doing that. So I don't know what's going on there. I need to look at that. What else? It's kind of a bit of a nitpick. Yeah, I think those are the main things at the moment. Oh yeah, I'm trying to figure out a way how to get the quick fix menu to work. So if you remember in Vim, you got the make command, if you make program, and then you get the quick fix. Yeah, that's not working at the moment for some reason. Right, what is next? Yes, rename those. So, those readback queues and things. So I think. Mm, hmm. What's space A do? What's the code action do? Not heard about this. Huh. So you can have a list of code actions. Right. Yeah. No. I know I've already bound it to the F5 key. But it's just not good. So the write all run shell command. So I run my shell script, which runs my build script. And then it happens to be in the log file, but it's not up to date. And then I go to the last line. So I've already got something kind of working, but it's not up to date. I'll probably have to run like a refresh. And then even so, it's just a visual representation. You know, maybe it might. Maybe. Yeah, but in Vim you can get a list back. It parses the output. It's good. But yes, I think in the Vulkan code, did we miss something? Like, there's the transitioning code from frame start, that ain't it? Frame submit, okay. Transition from yes. There's really some copy stuff as well, to be fair. Slightly wrong. Yes, a bit wrong. We should make sure we correct this. This is kind of it here, isn't it? So those readback buffers are also going to probably be doing a similar thing. So at the end of the frame, we want to say that these guys. All right. So you used to have the block cursor as well, but I guess you would do the multi-cursor here. So I don't know how you do the multi-cursors. Let's expand it down. Shift C from... Ah, that's it, Shift C. Okay, so just Shift C it, go over there. cool. So source, compute shader, or copying, read, okay. And it transitions back to being a host right at the end of the frame. Now these read back buffers technically are wrong as well, because they could be copied using those copy commands. So technically it's wrong. So at frame start, we want to do a similar thing here, where we get this, yank, and this here. We change that for a write instead. So that is the readback buffer is going to have the ability to write from a compute shader or write using the copy commands. Ah, shoot, this is wrong. Copy read bit. It's not looking for the Vulkan header for some reason. Yeah, I need to change that. So yeah, so we do something like this and yank. All right, that's there still. Cool, so I've got multiple readback buffers, which I should probably get rid of at some point, but that's only written to from a compute shader, that one's safe. That's the printf buffer where we do the printf data. Let's delete that line. Okay, so we're gonna find where we and change. This is at the end of the frame again, so we're just gonna go. Oh shoot. We're gonna go ahead and change that for copy read bit. Now we need to copy these two. And then we need to change it to writing. So we copy these source ones. Let's paste it in there, but not in the printf one. And we'll just delete these two lines here like this. Sweet, so that's the sync code corrected because I remembered that. So let's get back to the GPU side of things. I've got these things called like readback queues. So we take a look at essentially just take a look at how they're used. So it used to be there'll be a frame start and then you have to do a readback start and only do it in here, but we're changing how that works. We're getting rid of these. So essentially you can have these queues. This is just an enum. You say to the GPU layer how many queues you got. So this reads back screenshots. So we actually use this. So we got a test case. We just take a screenshot and it opens it up in the texture viewer in the game. And it saves it out as well to disk. So basically I would like to, okay. So I think we can just get rid of these and then make sure that the queue, we need to make sure that we have the queues available somehow. Should be possible. So we get these two things here. Let's jump back. And let's get rid of these as well. Yeah, so this is all that has readback started, we get rid of that. As readback ended, we get rid of that too. Neat. And this has first command being recorded. I don't think we need that anymore. That's from because we had this silly setup, really. Yes, it has. We'll delete it. See what happens. All right. So if we highlight all of this, delete all that. Right. I've decided what game it's gonna be. Yeah, it's gonna be an RPG. I've got a plan written out, but when I've written up, when the renderer is in a nice place where I'm happy with the renderer, I'm gonna take a look at the game design again, see if I still want to do it, see if it's still a good idea, see if I've got any other ideas which would be better, and we'll probably spend time doing that after the renderer is in a good place. And I have an editor where I can make models that can animate and things. Yeah, and then probably rigorously plan sort of like, you know, how I'm going to achieve said game. Because right now it's just a rendering. Right now it's just a rendering project at the moment. But as soon as we have a graphical art style, everything else can just be figured out. Sounds like I'm enjoying that game. Yeah, well, I have the game idea, so I'm only building what I need. But I wanted to start off with this project because the projects I've done in the past is I would have a game idea and I would do the game idea, and then when it came to doing the graphics, it would just be so much that would change and it would take a long time, to the point where I'd lost the idea of the game after prototyping it. And so this time I want to do the other way around. I want to get some graphics in first, and then come up with the game idea, basically. So it's a kind of a different approach. So yeah, I'm building a sort of engine, maybe like a, yeah, the idea without an engine is like, you know, without a pre-made engine which is designed for multiple games. This is designed for a single game at the moment. That's the idea. So I guess you could do a command. See, this command assert thing, we need to look at that. So the command assert is saying if the yeah. Right, then it's clearing out all these readback queue entry things. Okay. I got an idea. So, well, it's kind of in the internal header, isn't it? So we've got these readback queues. Here they are. Basically, let's go to that definition. Right, it's a single readback buffer. It's got a bunch of queues on there, which have been dynamically allocated when you initialize the system. And they can have up to 32 entries per queue, I guess. But we only already use one at the moment. So I'm not sure if the queue is a good idea anymore. But we'll keep it in there because it's effort to change it. So back to here. We need a way to get the queues. We need a third one, really. Hmm. But that'll be a third command buffer. It's not a good idea. Is it? No. You don't need a third one. Okay, so while you're building a frame on the CPU, you can read back those queues. The issue is... Right, so resets the entry counts. So we need to have a way where you need to remember the previous number of read entries. So write entries count, read entries count. I'm not sure what this cursor is, to be fair. So we need to look into that as well. Right, so the cursor is when you're reading it, obviously. So, pretty easy stuff. So just jump back to here. There'll be a read count and read entries, followed by a write entries count. So whenever you start a new frame, you take the write entries, move that back to the read entries count, and reset the cursor. Yeah. Hey Valigo, how's it going? Hey Beam. It's been a while. What have you been up to? Right. Okay, I think this should be quite okay. So there's an entry, has started frame as a lovely boolean. So I guess we just put the assert in here, and we'll just say so we just want to say, you know, start frame or frame start must be called before recording a GPU command. So this load of crap just gets moved into frame start right at the end of frame start. So we go highlight all that, delete, go to frame start. Then at the bottom of this, so we want to delete that line as well. Right, so you're getting the readback buffers thing, which I've already got it here. Let's reset the cursors thing. Right, so this kind of just all gets deleted too. Neat. So at the start of the frame, we go over, we get the current readback buffer. So you would have waited for it in here. You would have waited for the command buffer to be ready to use. Reset the command buffer. So the GPU is no longer using anything to do with this frame. So from 2 frames ago, there'll be this queue. And what you'd need to do is take that line, repeat it a few times, I guess, you're looking at copying that, put it to the end. And you need to take the right. Oh, the LSP ain't updated. You need to take the right entries count, and you need to put that into the read entries count. So that's the number of entries we can read from this frame in the when we read from the queue. Then the cursor needs to be reset. And then that should be it. It's quite simple. Right, reset the readback buffers cursor so you can sort of allocate from them, bump allocate from them, right? Yeah. So that's not bad. Let's keep going and find some stuff. So you kind of want to treat this like a command, but it's not a command. Has started frame. After frame start. So here's the readback cursor stuff. Got a new job recently, getting into it. Sadly, it's another web monkey project, but the pay is okay, so I don't complain much. Fair play. That's cool, man. Do you get to work from home? Hello, new member here. Needs coding 2. What is this stream about? I'm learning Python mainly. So we're making a game from scratch. Custom engine, basically. Programming in C. It's a 3D game made of ellipsoids. I don't know if I got an image. Yeah, so we've got a PBR set up. This is the bounding volume hierarchy. It's meant to be rendering more elements here, but I haven't got a latest image. But yeah, we've got a bunch of ellipsoids that get rendered and they're ray traced against. So we're just building a renderer right now, trying to get some kind of unique rendering thing going on. That's not too common these days, basically. That's the idea. So if the read cursor goes above the read entries count, then we have simply exhausted the queue. And then it gets the read cursor element, and then ups the cursor, legit. What's this one have a problem with? Readback manual. Oh, these all have a bit of a problem. Right, so these want the right entries. So you're writing. Why don't these yeah, technically it can overflow in it. That could totally overflow, it's pretty crap. We should probably have a nice function. But yeah, functions are effort. Chorus readback queue right entries count is less than. Wait. I have a thing for this. Resize array or something like that. So I'm resizing this thing to that size, I think. Right, what does this look like elsewhere? New count. Okay. Gotcha. Um, so I think it's unfortunately like core array count. It's not constant yet, is it? Read back queue entries. I'll do it for now. So we'll just copy that around. Oh yeah, it's remote. The company doesn't have an office in my country, so no office to go to. Awesome. Yeah, remote's really great. I enjoy it too. Yeah, man, I've been doing great. It's been really busy though. Like super busy. Nearly overwhelming as well. But yeah, things are good. My son's nearly one actually. He's one in 6 days. Next Saturday. So he's great. We just bought him some toys from the shop for his birthday, and he's been loving them. It's always good fun. I could have totally done this with a keyboard, but I've been learning too much today. My brain is fried. So let's copy that line. Ah, shoot. Yeah, so I want to put that line in after we up this number. Right, that's good. Okay. Let's take a look at the, I think we're pretty close. You know, there's like a diagnostic thing next, diagnostic D. Yes, I think we can live with this for a bit. Right, CPU offset, what's going on there? Did I delete the wrong... Oh, the bump allocate code. No. Ah, there's a size. That should be fine. So I should be able to dump that there. Next diagnostic. So when you read, damn it. Yeah, there's these command buffer things. I thought it would be a good idea to make these readback command buffers, which you can just read back a bunch of commands from the GPU. I've kind of got one which could go in here and we can start using these things, but equally I don't know if they're that much better than just using a readback queue. So we'll think about it. Let's just refactor this. Space D as well. Nice. That's pretty useful. Uh, Must be called after. After frame start. Guess I can delete this line as well. So we just yank that. Plop that in there. These two lines can just go. Command has been recorded, so these are all just reset from the beginning, so those can all go like that. Cool. Has read back started, that goes. Has frame start is now true. Right, I think that could be it. Oh, I typed in some random stuff. Okay, so apparently we could be successfully building now. No. Ooh. This was super silly. So I can do like Shift C apparently and do all that. And then apparently... the wrong key, that's why not. Takes a bit getting used to. Yeah, so if we save that, we can try the next diagnostics. Oh, these need to be oh, that failed. Cool. There's no copy readers there. Right, we'll look into that. What's the problem with that then? Shader transfer read. Yeah, that'll be it. So yeah, copy read, we'll have to do that find and replace. I've not used that yet. Do they have that? Yeah, how do you do find and replace in Helix? But I guess you can do the LSP thing, isn't it? So maybe you can do that. I wonder if that still works. So something like... Oh, shit. So access... Well, it's not happening live, so maybe... So access to transfer, right? Okay, no command. Thought so. See, they don't have that. So I guess, you know, we could just search for copy. No, but then you need macros. So there is that command, which was mentioned earlier, where we could use the LSP. So I think you just do that and say, is it R or something? Rename symbol. Oh, it's a macro. It's not supported apparently. No. Well, that sucks. But we can jump to the whole thing and do it with a search. I guess I put that in there and it should, yeah, I can just... I don't know if I can repeat the... Maybe. VK access to transfer write bit. Okay, that worked. I can... Wait a minute. Ah, I did the wrong one, innit? Epic fail. But anyway, so that's meant to say... Right, okay. VK access to transfer read bit. Now the other one to look out for is copyright. It's got more places. Right, that kind of works. Select, shift star, edit, and yeah, that's what I end up just doing in the end. It's alright, isn't it? I guess you're manually checking as well to see if it's the one you want. So it's kind of like the /C in Vim where you can confirm it in a sense. What are we doing here? Oh, we got some let's sort this out. Alright, that's all the diagnostics done in Vulkan. Right, so GFX has got a problem now. We've not renamed all those GPU buffer uploads and stuff. So we should be able to do that in one foul swoop. But simply just going to, with the lovely new rename stuff. So this can be nuked from orbit now. We don't have a read, after frame start, we don't have a read back start and limited to inside a window. We can do it from within the whole block now. So there's the upload code. Upload, it's anything with upload buffer, so I should be able to do a space R. Rename to upload command. That, sweet, that should have done it all. Then I need to look for upload texture and do the same thing again. And voila. So I think that should, if I check the diagnostics, right, we're still missing some things. Uploading the globals buffer. That got renamed a bit. Yeah, that nearest sampler thing's a bit of a hack. We should not be grabbing that memory there. Alright, looks legit, I think. In the main file, we just need to remove this line here because it's not needed anymore. Cool, so that should all compile. So we run it, we're going to get a bit of a problem with the, because there's upload code outside of the frame start and frame end now. And I think I've just remembered actually that there's a bit of a bigger problem, and that is, yeah, we can fix it. Right, so we had this sort of BVH build bottom level from CPU data. We uploaded into the ellipsoids into a buffer, and then we was supposed to call the upload from GPU data. So what happened is we commented it out, because what I wanted to do is fix this upload buffer so it can be called within the same place as the dispatch. So now they can, so everything should be good. We just need to be careful. Yeah, so wherever we use this, we have to delete. Search for that, let's go next. So this one needs to get removed. This uploads the CPU data one. Before frame starts, so that API has now been changed. And now here we can just say upload from CPU data. Upload from CPU data, and we just pass in the ellipsoids array like we had before. Oh, neat. So there's also other places where we do one of those sort of command uploads, and they are all outside of that frame start thing. So we just got to move those in somewhere. Right, UI frame end. Yeah, so we can move this frame start, and we can move it up. See, that validator for the BVH should also be moved with this. So we've got the global buffer. Right, so where's the nearest sort of upload? This is initialization. That's a separate problem. There's an upload here, so we can stick it here. We could say end the UI here. Oh. Validate the allocator, make sure all the link lists are fine. So there's one more problem with the upload code, and that is the fact that we are calling the upload code from within the initialization function. So we should be able to do a nice little trick at least. So we call a command upload. What we can do is perform, yeah, so I think we should copy all of this above here. And then here, we're going to do a GPU frame start, so we can do all of the uploads. So we'll just say, like, you know, record the first command buffer to just upload all the static initialization data. Yep. So we'll go ahead and do all of this upload texture stuff. Like we upload the previous screenshots, and then we want to obviously in here GPU frame and like that. So we look at the diagnostics there. I don't know what's going on. Oh, frame submit, isn't it? Right, so that's not the only diagnostic. I think that's good enough. There we go. So that should hopefully be the fix. I guess we can try giving it a quick run. Yeah, hopefully the stream doesn't die, but let's give it a go. So sync. Here we go. Oh, it ran and worked first time. That's crazy. Nuts. But yeah, I'm a bit skeptical, but the validation layers are not complaining. We got those turned on. Yeah, I didn't expect that to work first time. That's nuts. Yeah. So does our screenshot tool still work? Let's take a screenshot. So I press F12. Takes a screenshot. Oh, it keeps saving screenshots. Okay, so that doesn't fully work. The we're not resetting the write count, I think. Pretty close though. So there's a thing called like write entries count. Now, so every single time, so we queue a read back from a texture or something, we up the write count. At the start of a frame, yeah, we need to reset the write count back to 0. It's kind of obvious. I did make that many lines for it, but I didn't. Yeah. Okay, so yank, paste. I guess we'll just do something like alright, crap. Sure. Neat. So I think that's the problem. It kept taking screenshots. Oh, crap. If we take a look at the screenshot directory, oh my days. We're getting some. Right, the blue and the red channel are swapped in those ones, but yeah. So it took the first one okay, and then every odd one it's flipped. That's kind of cool though. So yeah, it came back okay. So let's go ahead and try and see if that works. Build, run, because the screenshot view is like really helpful. It's helped me debug things really well. So if we take this screenshot here, so it just paused for a frame, but now it's not. So it paused when it saved out the screenshot for a bit, but that was okay. But now it's not, you know, it's not very low FPS anymore. It's running fine. So if I press what is it? F8, F9? For F9, we open up the. Oh, this is all crap, isn't it? So I don't think it's managing to upload the. What is this? Banana. My texture viewer is completely broken. No. Right, there's something to look into. The whole texture viewer is just broken. It's not even doing the copy right. Because none of these are responding. Yeah, that's okay though. We can sort that out next time. Yeah, it's kind of first time. At least it didn't. Yeah, it could have been far worse. But yeah, so I think next time we're going to fix that texture viewer. It shouldn't be too much. There's something just a little bit silly going on. And then we can get multiple. We can build another bottom level BVH. And we can put. What can we do? We'll switch between them. And then after that, we can probably start building a top level BVH. So that will all be in the same stream, which will be on Tuesday, next Tuesday, 30th. And then Thursday as well at 7:30 p.m. GMT +1. Man, my brain is fried from learning all that Helix. Ugh. So tired now. But yeah, that was an interesting stream. I'm happy we sorted out the readback API though. No, the upload and readback API, so it's much nicer now. But yeah, let's find somebody to rate quick. So there's links and stuff. There's Discord. There's YouTube. So if you want to see the latest devlog, we talk about the BVH stuff and how that's all been built on the GPU. So you can check that one out as there as well. Thank you guys. Appreciate it. Appreciate you being here. My brain is so dead right now. Too much learning. Learning is hard. I'm hoping to go to sleep and wake up and my mind is just going to speak Helix, you know. It's what happens. You go to sleep and you just learn stuff. It's amazing. Yeah, so hard. Right, can I see more C people anywhere? Is this guy using the Game Boy thing, or is he using a tile map editor or something? What am I seeing? This looks like that Game Boy Studio, doesn't it? Yeah, it is. Yeah. GB Studio, Great Britain Studio. Amazing. Let's rate him. For the Brits. But yeah. Have a good start your work week, guys. I'll see you all on Tuesday. I'm going to go and try and recover with some sleep. What was my hit? It was about a 7. I'll give it a 7. That's the rating. Gonna find some keybinds for Helix. Oh, neat. That's cool. Yeah, it's not a one-to-one map, but it's pretty close. There's some overall behavior that's a bit different. But yeah, thank you so much for coming, guys. Much love. Bye-bye.